sentimento, io da solo farò in modo che questo avvenga. Queste cause conducono all'effetto a generare la mente di bodhicitta. Il sentimento che dice che io da solo desidero assolutamente raggiungere l'illuminazione per aiutare in modo concreto tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Questo è l'effetto, quindi le 6 cause e l'effetto. Ora pensiamo alla base principale della nostra mente, che è quella appunto di diventare illuminati, che è costituita da 2 fattori, il metodo e la saggezza. Il metodo principale è la bodhicitta convenzionale, seguito dalla bodhicitta ultima. La bodhicitta convenzionale è la nostra motivazione di interessamento altruistico e la bodhicitta ultima è quella di raggiungere la vacuità. Vogliamo diventare liberati e vogliamo liberare gli altri per aiutarli. L'opposto della bodhicitta convenzionale, che è quella di prendersi cura degli altri, che cos'è? L'egoismo. L'opposto della bodhicitta ultima è quella dell'attaccamento all'io, come se fosse vero, concreto, assolutamente esistente dalla sua parte, perché lo riteniamo caro, prezioso, ci immedesimiamo soprattutto col nostro io. Quindi la bodhicitta ultima è la saggezza che vuole raggiungere la vacuità, la natura dei fenomeni, la vera natura dei fenomeni. Quindi abbiamo 2 impedimenti presenti che ci ostacolano in questo viaggio spirituale. Uno è l'egoismo, e sono la causa radice della nostra sofferenza. Da una parte ci preoccupiamo troppo di noi stessi, facciamo di tutto per essere al centro dell'attenzione e siamo egoisti. Dall'altra ci aggrappiamo a questo io come se fosse indipendente, autonomo dalla sua parte. È questo che è la causa di tanta sofferenza. Ed ecco perché è così importante lo sviluppo del sentimento di bodhicitta, perché è l'interessamento altruistico di chi vuole effettivamente aiutare gli altri, diventando illuminato, cioè capace di fare del bene agli altri perché sono cari e preziosi, e questo è l'opposto appunto dell'egoismo. Questa dovrebbe essere la motivazione più importante che va custodita nel profondo del nostro cuore, come la cosa più preziosa da sviluppare. Interessarsi agli altri, volerli aiutare, perché sono gentili, ma anche perché tutta la vita dipende dagli altri, perché siamo interdipendenti. Per praticare le cause dell'illuminazione abbiamo bisogno degli altri, della presenza di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi prendiamoli in considerazione pensando a loro con amore e compassione. Una pratica molto importante che aiuta molto a sviluppare questa pratica è il Tollen. È una pratica che sviluppa l'interessamento puramente altruistico e prendiamo su di noi tutte le sofferenze e regaliamo loro la felicità. Non lo facciamo certamente per praticare, per diventare più bravi e felici, ma e per risultati solo per noi, ma proprio perché se stanno bene, se stanno bene gli altri, stiamo benissimo anche noi. La visualizzazione della sequenza è quella di visualizziamo che tutti intorno a noi ci sono gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati, assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Ognuno soffre a modo suo. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa del caldo, del freddo, estremi proprio, non riescono a trovare pace proprio a causa del caldo rovente, del freddo che li congela e gli provoca delle piaghe. Gli spiriti affamati hanno fame, non riescono a trovare cibo, gli esseri assetati non riescono a bere, non trovano acqua da nessuna parte. Gli animali si mangiano a vicenda e inoltre vengono sfruttati dagli uomini. Poi ci sono gli dei e i semidei che sono consapevoli della loro morte, della fine della loro vita, quindi stanno male. Prima ci sono gli esseri umani, logicamente, che soffrono a causa della nascita, malattia e morte, e ancora nascita, malattia, sofferenza estrema durante la vita e ancora la morte. La vecchiaia anche. Gli esseri dei e semidei soffrono anche a causa perché sono consapevoli che il loro karma potrebbe finire da un momento all'altro anche. Al momento della loro morte potrebbero rinascere nei reami inferiori. Pensiamo che sono tutti intorno a noi, anche dietro di noi, in parte. Noi siamo proprio in mezzo. Tutti sono gentili e cari e stanno soffrendo in modo atroce, sono soli, incapaci, senza protezione, perché nessuno si prende cura di loro. Quindi pensiamo in questo momento che se per loro nessuno lo farà, vogliamo aiutarli a eliminare le loro sofferenze. Rafforziamo anche questa grande compassione dicendo: io vorrei proprio che tutti siano liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle cause della sofferenza, possano le loro negatività e le cause della negatività maturare su di me, così io sarò veramente felice di essere riuscito a realizzare questa sublime aspirazione. Pensiamo un attimo così. Adesso inspiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività di tutti gli esseri e e le loro cause, pensando proprio che con questa visualizzazione effettivamente possano maturare su di me tutte le negatività e le cause. Inspiriamo sotto forma di fumo nero che rappresenta tutto il negativo e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera, molto pensiamola molto pesante, molto ehm, che è proprio ostacolante, una piccola palla nera all'altezza del nostro cuore, che ha la natura della preoccupazione egoistica. Quindi pensiamo che il fumo nero sfiora la palla e immediatamente colpendola, la sfera nera della preoccupazione egoistica si esplode come una bomba atomica e tutti i frammenti spariscono nel nulla, va in 1000 pezzi come un'esplosione e i frammenti della palla spariscono. Pensiamo così. Rimaniamo concentrati sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Se andiamo a trovarli, se andiamo a cercarli, non li troviamo. Quindi meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività. Adesso sorge un senso di grande liberazione perché e di gioia, perché da una parte abbiamo liberato gli altri dalla loro negatività e abbiamo preso su di noi le loro sofferenze sotto forma di fumo nero che è arrivato al cuore colpendo la palla dell'io che è sparito definitivamente e noi stessi ci troviamo liberati. Siamo in uno stato di grande gioia perché abbiamo fatto qualcosa di grande significato. La gioia e questa meravigliosa energia si trasforma in una luce bianchissima che ci riempie completamente e attraverso i pori della nostra pelle la facciamo uscire e va a inondare e purificare, guarire, aiutare tutti gli esseri dei sei reami. Adesso abbiamo un corpo completamente purificato e quindi possiamo visualizzare, pensiamo che la luce bianchissima ritorna dentro il nostro cuore e sopra il nostro capo, all'altezza del chakra del capo, visualizziamo Chenrezig che Chenrezig e tutto il campo dei meriti. E prendiamo rifugio e sviluppiamo la motivazione vera e propria, che è quella a pagina 3, la leggiamo pensando appunto di prendere rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, nell'assemblea dei guru. Ricordiamo tutti i guru da cui abbiamo ricevuto insegnamenti, anche solo qualche lettera dell'alfabeto. È giusto ricordarli spesso perché il contatto, l'impronta karmica venga sempre continuamente alla mente. Quindi prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative, nelle dakini e anche nella nostra sfera sacra, il Dharmakaya, che è la parte, è la natura della nostra mente, è lì che dobbiamo cercare di arrivare. Quindi leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità meditative, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora pensiamo che Chenrezig emana raggi di luce in tutte le direzioni, purifica il nostro corpo, parola e mente e quello di tutti gli esseri viventi. E pensiamo che continuamente le persone vengono purificate mentre recitiamo il nobile mantra di Chenrezig, Mano Padme pensiamo che vengono purificate tutte le apparizioni karmiche della mente. il mondo esterno si trasforma in Dewa Chen, il corpo e la parola e la mente degli esseri diventano Chenrezig, unione delle apparenze del suono e della mente con la vacuità. Ogni pensiero, ogni suono, ogni visione, ogni sensazione dentro e fuori non sono altro che la manifestazione del corpo, parola e mente di Chenrezig. La nostra stessa mente pura, la mente di chiara luce. Pensiamo che l'ignoranza è come l'agitazione dell'oceano. L'oceano è la mente primordiale. Le onde in movimento sono l'agitazione mentale che oscura la pace, la profondità, la quiete dell'oceano. Quindi durante la recitazione concentriamoci sulla nostra vera natura oceano e non sulle onde che comunque non hanno mai smesso di essere oceano. E se sorge un'onda che disturba, riconosciamola come manifestazione di Chenrezig, come manifestazione dell'oceano, cioè espressione della sua infinita compassione, beatitudine e saggezza. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Adesso con questa visualizzazione cerchiamo di sentire sempre la presenza di Chenrezig e la presenza di tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Leggiamo la preghiera della parola Vajra di Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera che libera il Sakya dalle malattie. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai Buddha, degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere liberi da malattie acute e croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere liberi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, col potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molteplici preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Adesso pensiamo che all'interno del nostro chakra del cuore c'è il nostro Guru Radice, seduto col viso rivolto verso l'esterno, e pensiamo che Chenrezig si assorbe dentro di noi e diventa di un solo sapore. Il nostro corpo è completamente vuoto, inondato dalla luce bianca di Chenrezig. Sviluppiamo, pensiamo che siamo veramente contenti di essere qua e di avere fatto questo percorso sublime che ci ha portato a tanta beatitudine e vacuità. Emaniamo la luce ancora una volta e pensiamo a tutti gli esseri dei 6 reami e pensiamo che la luce di Chenrezig arriva verso di loro e li trasforma completamente, il loro corpo, parole e mente, in pura luce, luce divina che elimina ogni tipo di sofferenza. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore e pensiamo che facciamo offerte a tutto il campo dei meriti, acqua da bere, acqua per lavare i piedi, fiori meravigliosi, giardini pieni di fiori, montagne di incenso, migliaia di luci, migliaia di soli, profumi, cibo, musica celestiale. Siamo di offrirli e diciamo tante volte grazie, grazie, grazie per averci insegnato il Dharma, per averci concesso l'onore di avere dei grandi maestri, di avere imparato questo sublime metodo. La luce rientra dentro di noi e leggiamo di nuovo la preghiera effettiva con coraggio, determinazione. Adesso siamo dei contenitori veramente giusti per poter aiutare gli altri. Abbiamo fatto questo percorso e siamo molto coraggiosi, come dice sempre il mio maestro, no? Coraggio, coraggiosi, tu coraggioso. È la parola per infondere sicurezza, no? Da dove la prendi la forza se non dal coraggio? Ok, possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, e i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre errori supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa ed effetto, l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo in particolar modo a tutte le persone che stanno soffrendo a causa del Covid, e a tutto il personale sanitario, le infermiere, i dottori che si occupano di loro sia negli ospedali che nelle case di riposo e anche e soprattutto nei centri di salute mentale. Magari qua non ce ne rendiamo conto, ma i casi sono molto molto frequenti, alti cioè in India, in Sud America, in tante parti del mondo. Pensiamo che dedichiamo loro questa preziosissima energia affinché possano guarire in modo molto veloce, e che il personale sanitario abbia la forza, l'entusiasmo, il coraggio per far fronte a queste emergenze. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte e a tutte le persone che stanno e a tutte le persone che sono nel bardo, affinché riescano ad avere una mente sempre connessa con il proprio guru radice e con l'amore universale, per avere una buona rinascita. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutti i maestri e professori di tutte le scuole, perché possano avere la giusta saggezza nell'educare i ragazzi e tranquillizzarli e insegnare loro la giusta visione, etica, consapevolezza e spiritualità, se possibile. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Possa crescere nel mondo la consapevolezza della etica universale, soprattutto quella del progetto Alice. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo a tutti i politici, in particolar modo al G20, perché possano prendere le giuste decisioni per il bene di tutta la terra e di tutta la madre terra e degli uomini della terra. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo un attimo, ognuno per conto suo, a tutte le persone che si sono affidate per le preghiere, i nostri cari, la nostra famiglia, i nostri maestri soprattutto, che abbiano lunga vita, soprattutto il Dalai Lama. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Una dedica particolare vorrei farla a tutto Sangha, a tutti i compagni di Dharma, perché possano non avere mai ripensamenti e possano continuare con sforzo entusiastico, coraggio e determinazione, con la consapevolezza sempre e comunque che abbiamo un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e che, trasformandoci in un corpo di luce, la nostra vibrazione aiuterà effettivamente tutto, tutto questo mondo a salire in una vibrazione superiore ed entrare nell'universo parallelo. Ricordiamoci che siamo tanto fortunati ad avere il Dharma, veramente tantissimo. E quindi rimaniamo in questa splendida vibrazione di luce che ci farà veramente, senza ombra di dubbio, arrivare al risveglio. E soprattutto cerchiamo di pensare che siamo tutti uniti, tutto è uno. Quindi più gente, più persone sono consapevoli di questa, di questa concentrazione nella luce della vacuità, nell'amore universale, nell'essere assolutamente connessi con la vibrazione superiore. Più la gente lo sa e più riusciamo veramente a uscirne indenni e a trovare una soluzione per tutti nel più breve tempo possibile. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetto, questo è importantissimo. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara, per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite. Possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri insenzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesi dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stati delle suprema beatitudine e vacuità, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completata. A causa di questi due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi lo Sandrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica dei soggiogatori, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mani Unat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutte, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. E diamo la parola a Sara. Hello Sara, Chenrezig Institute.
Thank you, grazie.
Ciao, grazie.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Therefore, right now it's very pandemic. It's all of the world. And therefore, as we are religion, special further we are Buddhism, more special we are the Mahayana practitioner, is share our thoughts and share our praise, share our love for each other, all of the world. It's right now at the time is to share our love for others. As of course, there are different religions, different ones, different faiths, try to their best. They to pray for everybody. It's wonderful. Therefore, as we are the Sangha members, we cannot serve all the world to give the food, some service. It's not enough. Therefore, best we develop for our compassion, the loving kindness, and the bodhicitta for other sentient beings. Therefore, this is the best way. We are the Sangha members, and the people trust us, people follow us. Therefore, we have big responsibility to also to serve the others, to mentally to share our prayers and practice. Therefore, thank you for the all the Sangha members or the monks and nuns are vulnerable to join this, even I think maybe you guys did this many months. It's wonderful. And also who follow or who listen for this, prayer. It's very important for us to the concentration at the moment, the prayers. The prayers also, I think that I'm the only speaker Tibetan chanting. I think you all listen English maybe all day. It's good to change the the tongue to hear the Tibetan also chantings. Therefore, all the venerable monks, nuns, they do very great. You're the very, fortunate person to all the monks to support and to help to purify our negative karmas. Like this pandemic is not just happen without cause condition. It is also better to not complain one. It is our connection karma, collective karma. Therefore, we have to experience right now like 7 billion human beings. It doesn't matter if you're powerful, or you're rich, you're famous, you're education, you're not education. For every single man have been hit by this COVID-19. Even you don't have the symptoms, but you have the fear. Therefore, it doesn't really show the old collection karma for 7 billion human beings. This also come to we the creator. No one. We the creator created this, cause, then condition. When they meet the condition, then we have to experience the result. Therefore, as we are the religious person, now purify negative karma to not anymore create this kind of karma. Therefore, it's also we not create this karma to, intentionally. It is we create the karma to unintentionally to, the ignorance, the attachment, anger, jealous, the subtraction. Therefore, it's good for all of us to more thinking for others, then try to become more compassion, the more understand. It's not easy to deal with this kind of situation. But as the first time this happened, for everyone's very stressful, but the last 4 or 5 months ago, now like people can become more relaxed than before because it shows impermanent. Everything it will change is not always there. Therefore, who's listen this is very important to us to understand the impermanent to daily life. It's of course, emptiness is very grateful, but for is like me, it's not possible. Therefore, think about the impermanent change day by day, hour by hour, second by second. Therefore, whatever we going through this is not however it will change. But we cannot wait until they change. We have to do much as we can to solve the problem, but not, overwhelm to stressful. The stressful never work. Therefore, we first accept, okay, this is for our karma. We have to deal that. Just accept. Then try to, find the solution. The problem, especially at this time, is a social distance. Keep, thinking for others, safety. Try to first safety yourself. This is like right. This is really like to think about bodhicitta way. Benefit for other beings, I'm going to enlighten, right? Therefore, think about other safety first. I have to safety myself. Therefore, we have to be patient. It takes time. Then understand the reality and accept the problem. Then try to, find the solution. That's very important. Okay. And I don't want to talk too much. Therefore, His Holiness Dalai Lama, His Holiness Saja Techen, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the leaders and the teachers, they advise for all different prayers. Also, we are lucky they also pray for us for every 24 hours. We also pray what they advise for us. It feels their wishes. Therefore, we follow our Guru's advice. This is the best way to create positive karma and merit. When we have the merit, then we don't have to experience always problems. As example, like when we have the more merit, then we can, achieve what we wish. And also, it's hard to obstacles harm us. Example exactly when we have very good, immune system, your body be healthy, then it's not easy to get cold and something like that. Therefore, merit isn't like that. If we don't see, it's not physical, but it's very powerful to keep our daily life successful. Therefore, if you follow the Guru's advice, it's the best way to create the merit. Therefore, this is also one of our Guru's advice. Okay, now I'm going to recite and Thangtong Gyalpo's chanting. This is very powerful, very important prayer. Therefore, everyone think about who's listening that. Just think about for around you us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, our Gurus around us, especially also Thangtong Gyalpo. Then also think about around us, all Mother Sentient beings, special for the 7 billion human beings. The more special, the who has the symptoms by COVID-19, we think them, then we pray for them to recover the COVID-19 and also another sentient beings, especially another human beings, doesn't get this COVID-19. Therefore, we're going to pray this one, okay? I'm going to chanting the Tibetan. Also, I've listened the one the Chang monks and reciting. I like to always like that you can, if you have the text, if you can follow. If not, you just close your eyes. Just very serious, close your eyes. You just listen the voice here, okay? Jida Kamza Jawa Majuj Jida Jini Tepe Saja Jeki Jila Yabisanda Now, everyone visualization, you receive the 10 directions special for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Thangtong Gyalpo. We all receive the blessings, special the medicine and the long life pill. It resolves us to purify for all our emotions, negative karmas. They all come out of our body like black liquor go under the ground. Then also our body become light. Then the light come out the body and reach out all mother sentient beings. They feel peace, relaxed and calm. We can feel them to soften all the mother sentient beings. Physically, mentally, we're going to share our compassion, the loving kindness for them. Think about moment, just meditation to mindfulness, like you send them to your peace, happy, and compassion and loving kindness, Buddhist Chitta. You also feel they accept or they receive their all peace. Now again, I'm going to recite one more time to without the monks chanting to myself. Semje yeme deve ne nam kanje de kamsa jova majer cheta shembe trebe saja je keje jela lesandraje sondro neje dungar jenye banje de kamsa jova majer Chadai Shinji Kana Tabada Niji Mutama Tabaya Trajet Ninja Bada Tabe Rimzo Chilijan Kalaya Nebara Majet Dembia Giri Tomdra Jaja Dan Lovar Yamdra Samjaya Truchet Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Lesaya Deva Male Troje Ben Jojo Drebe Dumar Chanye Male Cheche Dodaya Damba Dan Seri Neme Deje Dambarish Lama Kumcho Samje Tuje Dan Kandro Chujon Some Nemte Lemdre lewa me be den doji ngwa mala tabse draba sho. It's very powerful prayer, very powerful prayer. As you know who you can recite the English, the meaning is very powerful. Therefore, it's more power or not, also our own motivation. Therefore, we think, we feel the sufferings of the 7 billion human beings, especially who have the by COVID-19 right now. We feel them and we pray. Okay, we're going to pray one more time and with the monks chanting, okay? Lama Kunso Sanje Tuje Da Kando Chuchon Some Nilawa Nebe Dendoji Muwa Mala Tazen It's a very powerful, very blessing this prayer. Now we are going to a dedication for all our merits. It's a long life His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, so for all the teachers, and it lead us to path and enlighten. Also, we dedication for all our merits to who passing away last couple of months, any kind of disease, especially by the COVID-19, we hear, we know more than 700,000 people lost their life. We dedication them to free from the lower realms, rebirth the fruitful human rebirth, meet the great teacher and meaningful life. We dedicate all mother sentient beings, especially by COVID-19, who has the symptoms, and any person, any being has physical and mentally problems. we dedication them to recover from mentally and physically the sickness and disease that can do the normal life. Also, we dedication for all mother sentient beings to protect from any obstacles that they can do normal life. The special right now, we have the problem for the fire, like especially the California right now, a lot of fire problems. In China, like a lot of flood problems. I'm sure there's some places have also earthquake. Sometimes also there's some places have also the storm. Therefore, fall elements. They have a lot of problems, a lot of obstacles right now. We dedication them to all go away. Peace, comfortable. Rave Korve Chengamsa Pendaya Devaya Male Jove Shantre Zwa Tinte Jamsaya Shabe Senze Parda Tenjaye Tapsoi Shanja Jamgoy Jave Tenzanjon Peve Kunzo Trabut Chosama Gove Lemon the Drapa Tazo the Jim Gonda Shade Show. Okay, thank you for everyone.
All right. Hello, Chenrezig.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Good, thanks.
Okay.
There was a video that just ended early.
All right, no problem. I wasn't quite sure whether there was still a problem on my side because I had difficulties signing on. So
No worries.
Good timing, though. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Lovely to see you. Good evening, everyone. I've got it with us here tonight. Fladine, hello. Daniela, Irene, hello, Irene. Chenrezig Institute, always lovely to have everyone here to make sure we're up and running on YouTube and Zoom. Thank you very much to everyone who's joining us on Zoom. And let's have a quick look. Yeah, sorry, that just nobody is a different animal. It just threw me a rush back from puja. So yes, we have a little bit over half an hour now, and yeah, let's just take it nice and easy. Depending what time of day it is where you are. Here it's now 8:30 in the evening in France, so it's time to settle for the day, for the evening, and then, reflect on the day. You may just start your day. You may be halfway through your day, halfway through the night, depending. You may just be on your break. You may be listening, quietly, doing a night shift in the hospital or somewhere, or you might be at home in centers. So thank you very much for taking the time and joining us. And so hello, Peter, lovely to see you. And it's just great being here with you all. Yet another prayerathon nearly completed. We're still in the final stages. A few more leads to go, but it has been quite a ride. The last sort of, is it now August, September, well, nearly 15 months we've been going now. So which is. When we started, it was quite a big, what does it mean to be here? what does Rinpoche mean? We do these recitations until the pandemic subsides. That seems such a big task. And now we come here on a regular basis. You sign in on a regular basis whenever you can during the day or during the night. Leaving feedback, taking part, wherever you are in the world. And if you think about it, some 70 odd weeks on, we're still going strong, and we're going stronger as a community, which is really, really nice. And I think over those nearly 15 months, there's also been a lot of support for one another. For those who've been here all the way through, for those who join us, as and when they can. Some of you may be just new, seeing us for the very first time. And one of the things I always really enjoyed is the feedback that we got through all that time, that it's a warm and welcoming environment. And if we can keep it like that, what a wonderful, wonderful thing. So thank you to all. It's not just about the leads, it's about, everyone who's in here, who's spreading the word, who's having compassion for other beings. It doesn't matter whether you join us as a Buddhist, non-Buddhist, you may just not follow any religious or spiritual path. You're just curious and you're like, yeah, that's just a nice chill out. And that's perfectly fine. It's you're always welcome here. And that is really, what we're about. And of course, if we can benefit other sentient beings, that is even better. And we do that through, these prayers, and also through a motivation of being beneficial to all those beings. So, but before I sort of just wander on and waffle, into the ether for ages, and then I run out of time, let's just take a few moments just to relax and bring the mind back into a nice quiet state. And think about what your motivation is for being here this evening, lunchtime, morning, afternoon, whatever time of day, night. Why are you here? Is it because you're following Lama Zopa's advice and guidance during these prayerathon sessions? Have you been following a specific lead throughout that time? And that's perfectly all right. We connect with some. We connect some more than with others. And that's, because their style suits us better. You maybe sort of, pop in as and when you have time throughout the day. Remember, one of our regular supporters once said, I said, Saturday. I said, yeah, what else would you do on a Saturday? But prayerathon. I thought that was really, really nice. And also when we hear the lead sometimes say, yeah, we really look forward to it, being here. So I think that there's quite joy to be had in it, even in these turbulent times. The turbulent times of the pandemic, shakiness maybe of the global economy, the politics, the way nature's trying to tell us something right now with earthquakes, volcano eruptions, floods, storms, etc., etc. We may be here because we're going through a difficult time, either ourselves or because somebody in the family is sick or has passed away or is in the process of passing away. Trying to make sense of it, or just recharging our batteries in an environment that we can feel safe in. You may yourself be sick or face, face the final stages of life. And again, you're welcome here if we can give you that bit of peace of mind, support. Rest assured, you are included in all our prayers. You may be here because somebody said, "Oi, you have to go and watch these guys. They're funny." I don't know. Might well be. Who knows? whatever your motivation for being is, for being here is, rest assured you're welcome. Rest assured, we want you to feel safe. We want you to feel, that this is a place for you to come to, irrespective of your religious background. And although we have a donation link in YouTube, these sessions are free. So you don't have to contribute if you don't want to. If you can't afford to, that's perfectly all right. We can give in so many other ways. Giving is not always about monetary things. Given the right motivation, given the right support, being there for somebody when they go through difficult times, listening, holding their hands, smiling, giving them a smile, just acknowledging those around us. And I think particularly when we look at health service, there used to be in the old days, how's the hip in bed 13 and the pancreas in bed 5 or something. People were just labeled by their ailments. But even when we're sick, we're still beings. And I found when I was working in the health system that acknowledging that there's that suffering within health, because that's just a fact, is one thing. But ignoring the being is something else. So now I was treated the being, because at least, you could still have conversations. And I think that was always important to them. They have enough to worry about. Sometimes nice to just be remembered as Damcho, Joan, or whatever name, a person goes by. And just knowing that behind all this, behind all that suffering, is still a person with hopes, dreams, fears. If we can just be there for them. And sometimes we don't even have to say anything. It's just sitting there quietly, sitting on the hilltop, taking in the view, share a cup of tea or cocoa, whatever your preferred beverage is. Just being there. That's sometimes so much more powerful. So if we recognize that all of us really just want to be thought of in the right way, spoken to in the right way, treated the right way, how easy is it that we sometimes, within our suffering, we say things, we act a certain way that may come across as dismissive, aggressive, arrogant, hateful, in so many ways. We would expect others to see our suffering, but do we always see the other being suffering when we respond to what we initially see? Always bear that in mind. If you feel somebody comes across as a bit snappy, what is really going on? What's really being expressed? Is the person tired? In pain? Little things. And building on that level of love and compassion for those beings and trying to understand them better, and recognizing that we can be misunderstood through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and that we can misunderstand other beings through what we perceive those actions, thoughts, and words to be. We're contributing a lot sometimes to the suffering. intentionally at times, often unintentionally because of our own ignorance, fears, pride, or just not tuning into the other person or the other being. Well, we make the pledge now that we will move forward, we will be of benefit, we do what we can within the scope of our means, in terms of the skill that we have, of the, what other we can contribute to help the being, and we call them to take refuge with us in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So having now called upon other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, are we actually taking refuge in? Are we just reciting words? Are we really calling them because we believe there's wisdom and compassion along the path that can benefit us and other sentient beings? I once heard something really beautifully described in the terms of the 3 types of refuges that we can take. We can take the refuge of a king, that we liberate ourselves and put ourselves on the throne so that we can look at, all the others and say, okay, this way. We can take refuge as a sailor, as a captain of a ship. So as we cross the ocean of samsara, we take other beings with us. The same journey. We float along across the oceans. We can take refuge in the form of a shepherd and make sure that our flock crosses the water first so that we can pick up any struggling sheep, as the case may be. And only once every sheep has crossed, or every one of our flock has crossed, that's when we set foot on the other side, when we know they're all safe. So ideally, we want to be like the shepherd. Help all beings as much as we can. Bring them through safely onto the other side. But we need to develop love and compassion to do that. We need to learn how to manage. And if we were to think about just 7 billion people, that alone can already be a very big task. If we just look at it and go, how can I just help those? I haven't even thought about the fish, the insects, the birds, whatever, and across the 6 realms, all those beings. So we have to be practical. It may take some time. So we need to develop the skills. And every tiny act that we perform, every thought we have, every word we speak, every action we take, can help us on that journey to hone in the skills. As Aristotle says, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellent then is not an act but a habit. So we will be excellent in freeing other beings. We will be excellent in freeing ourselves through being of benefit to other beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, let's remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. The body, speech, and mind in our defiled state that has caused suffering. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of our gurus. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. And once we have transformed body, speech, and mind, then we can be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. But we don't have to wait until we get to that ultimate state. We practice along the way with every being we encounter. Some of them will accept help much easier than others. Don't force the issue. Help where you can. And if your help is not wanted at the time, let them know you're available to help when the time is right for them. So we recite the Mani mantra. Hu Mani Padme Hu Mani Padme Hu Mo Mani Padme Hu Mo Mani Padme Hu Mani Padme Hu Mani Padme Hu Mo Mani Padme Hu Mo Mani Padme Hu Mani Padme Hu Mani Padme Hu Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. One of the prayers that you particularly like, and many of you have heard me recite alongside the other prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, the liberating Sakya from disease, is the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, a prayer recalled by Thangtong Gyalpo from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Karpo. Pema Karpo recited this prayer for 60 years, single-pointedly whilst doing nunnes between the ages of 20 and 80. What I do like about this particular prayer, because it addresses so many things of the 6 realms. It addresses the causes, how we end up in these realms. It reminds us, that action has consequences, that suffering does exist within those realms. but also the way it describes these actions. We can recognize that in our own behavior and the behavior of those around us. And I think from that point, it makes it easy. We think about each of the individual realms as we recite this particular prayer and listen to the words, that when we think about these individual realms as a manifestation of the mind and recognizing certain actions, rather than dealing with infinite number of beings, if we look at the cause and say, this is why, it makes it easier to integrate it in our daily life. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. So I was thinking of my glasses on my head. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. So you think about people who constantly blow hot and cold, so how irritating they can be, easily irritated. So we can recognize these things in our own behavior patterns. To more or less a degree, we're more likely to seek it out in others and say, like that. But again, be compassionate. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. Our beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of man. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn, the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra of Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So we can think about that for a moment. What stuck with you in those prayers, in those descriptions? The suffering that exists in those realms? If you think about the King of Prayer, it says, may ease the suffering in the lower realms in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. Emphasis is put on the lower realms. Why? Because that's where it's the hardest to escape from, because of the type of suffering that we encounter. So we do wish to be reborn in the higher realms, but even there suffering exists. In the realm of the gods, we're too busy, we're too comfortable, we don't worry about other people's suffering, we're too much in bliss of our own grandeur and comfort, and we're better than there, we don't have to worry. And if we look at the world, we have quite a lot of politicians like this right now. who fill their own pockets for their own benefit, not for other people. Having the power to make a change to those who are really in greatest need, yet are more content with their own welfare, their own future prospects. Being in the human realm, we have the right balance of suffering. We just have enough suffering to keep us on our toes, and sometimes it feels like we're overwhelmed by it all. And then we have to find a way of prioritizing. But we have the option, we have the capacity to reflect on it and act on it. We're not too absorbed in keeping up with the Joneses, like the demigods, jealous of everything the other person has. Too busy just acquiring. So as we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, let's consider the 6 realms. And we do one recitation because of the time. And really from the bottom of your heart, think about all the beings across the 6 realms. The suffering of the body, speech, and mind, where it exists, and how it affects those beings. How it affects you. And what can we do to change that suffering? May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May all beings who have entered the body or are about to enter the body be reborn under favorable condition. Ideally in the perfect pure lands. May those who experienced hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated to a state of bliss that is free from suffering and filled with happiness, so that they may take care of themselves, their friends, family, and their communities at large and benefit all mother sentient beings. We know all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of grass, bits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, so like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names defy beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be adorned with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm mindful of the time. I slightly went on a different tangent today, but sometimes it's quite nice. You know, when your thought takes you to places fresh and new. It's really nice to never feel, you can't work with whatever sort of inspires you during your own practices. Okay, so maybe do dedications, maybe dedicate to all sentient beings, may all sentient beings free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. It may be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus, who, if they have done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and continue to guide us with a great kindness and wisdom in this and our future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of hope, love, and compassion, and a great inspiration to many of us. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he be reunited with his people in Tibet sooner rather than later. And may we continue to benefit from his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom has tasked us with this prayerathon, brought together much closer the family of the IMI Sangha, and expanded it out to reaching all those of you who have joined us on a regular basis, or maybe even for the first time today. Engaging in these practices to benefit all mother sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled and may be guided by his wisdom in all future lifetimes. Due to all these merits of these virtuous sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all these merits, so due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and sentient beings and myself, all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the Buddhas. Let me just restart again. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings which are empty from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from its own side, their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. To get myself out of this sort of nice, quiet mind that I had just before and catch up on time. My apologies. The long life prayers for shown is Lama Zopa. Dangre Rawe Kawa Jingam de Penang Dewa Malu Jungwe. Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Yi Shape Site Badu Tengyu Chi. Tukzu Shangji Yan Genge We Tenzin Kempe We Kunzu Do Poze. Chuksum Ke We Lek Mun Tudru. Thank you very much, everyone who jumped in the session. Sorry for a couple of the hiccups. It's really funny when you get sort of lulled into your own sort of soothiness. And but there you go. Anyway, thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much, anyone who joined us online. And hello, Spanish crew. How are you?
Hello, brother. How are you?
Look at you all. Thank you very much, Peter.
We introduce you another venerable, another Juan.
What, another Juan?
2 Juans.
Oh, it's lovely to see you all. Hello, Paloma. Hello, Daniela. Hello, Juan. How are you? Oh, yes, you got 2 Juans.
Yes,
2
I have
Juans.
2
I thought you
Juan.
meant I got another Juan.
Yeah? Juan.
Juan.
Playing on words here now. Bless you all. Lovely to see
Today,
you.
You know what, Dancho? In the past, we have 2 more Juans, also monks. Imagine.
Do you know what? When I used to still be teaching students to drive, I remember I had at one time, I had 4 Charles. Some wanted to be called Charles, Charlie. Then I had a Charlene girl who wanted to be a Charlie. I had several Bens. One was a Benjamin, but didn't like to be Benjamin, but Ben.
Yeah.
And you just go like, which one am I talking to? No, it's lovely to see you all.
Okay.
I hand over to you now. And
Thank you. Thank you, see you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
you.
Chao.
Chao, Peter.
Bueno, buenas noches a todos.
Hola, Juan Vidal. Hola, Yurma. Hola, Juan Vidal.
Juanes, hola, Juanes.
Los Juanes.
Sí, hoy tenemos a 2 Juanes, que son estudiantes muy antiguos. Bueno, un saludo ante todo a la gente que está en YouTube y os presentamos. A Venerable Joan Yurba ya lo presentó Venerable Paloma, creo que fue la semana pasada o la anterior, cuando se incorporó. Pero hoy tenemos también a Venerable Juan Vidal Lamanawan Kikunka, del centro budista de Denia, del linaje Sakya, del budismo tibetano. Pero bueno, es un estudiante de Lama Yese incluso, creo, ¿no? Tú conociste a Lama Yese, los dos conocisteis a Lama Yese. Entonces, pues hoy...
Yo tomé refugio con Lama Yese.
Ajá.
Madre mía.
No sabía.
¿Perdón?
Que no lo sabía, que tú tomaste refugio con la Mayese.
Sí, tomé refugio con la Mayese, me ordenó la Mazopa y su santidad.
¿Y dónde tomaste refugio con la Mayese?
En Madrid.
Ah,
En Madrid en el 80 y...
la última vez que vino, sí.
Sí, y dio la iniciación de Mahakala, 4 brazos.
Sí, correcto.
Así que pues eso,
La
tenemos
Mayese hasta la sopa.
a dos figuras enormes
Muy bien.
del budismo de España, así que muchas gracias por estar aquí, es un honor.
Juan Vidal, ¿cómo te llamas tú ahora, Juan?
Pues Juan.
Juan Vidal.
Nahuankunga.
Nahuancuca. Oh, qué raro.
Que lo diga él.
Bueno, Juanito, de toda la vida.
No se te oye,
Juan, estás enmudecido, tienes que activar el micrófono.
pero no se le nota, no hay señal de que está... Bueno, anyway.
Es que se quita el...
Ahora.
Quita. Vale.
Ahora se te oye muy bien.
Nombres hemos cambiado, madre mía. Como somos de los antiguos,
Nada.
La voz.
Se te va la voz, Juan.
Qué raro.
Bueno.
No se te va...
Tal solo, no sé por qué.
Vale, bueno, no pasa nada.
No querrá que hables.
Sí. Que no hace falta.
Bueno, pues si os parece, vamos.
Palomitas y nos ponemos una peli, ¿no?
Además, tenemos solo 25 minutos, vamos a empezar.
Sí, exacto, va.
Pues ahora sí. Pues nada, empezamos generando la motivación, bueno, recordándola, que es la que se está generando todo el tiempo. Si te incorporas por primera vez, la generas de todo corazón, con fuerza, pensando que vas a hacer esta práctica por el beneficio de todos los seres a los que puedes visualizar a tu alrededor, pensando que a nuestra derecha se encuentra nuestro Padre, meditando igual que nosotros, no importa si ya no vive o está lejos. Ahora lo sitúas muy cerquita de ti, a tu derecha. Y a tu izquierda tu madre, en la misma actitud. A nuestra espalda situamos nuestros seres más queridos, más cercanos, también meditando igual que nosotros. Y frente a nosotros colocamos aquellas personas o seres con los que tuvimos problemas o los estamos teniendo ahora. Aprovechamos y los incluimos en nuestra práctica. Alrededor se encuentran todos los seres del universo, tantos que nuestros ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, cercanos, lejanos, agradables, no tan agradables, todos los seres. Lo más importante es sentir que nuestra mente no se deja ninguno fuera. Y sentir también que estamos haciendo esta práctica y todas las que hagamos en el futuro por ellos, para llevarlos a la preciosa iluminación. Una iluminación que está personificada en un Guru Avalokitesvara, que está en el espacio frente a ti, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, más conocido. 2 brazos, 4 brazos, sentado, de pie. Pero sintiendo que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de Lama Yese, de todos nuestros maestros personales. En esencia son todos lo mismo, de la naturaleza de Avalokitesvara. Que nos mira y nos sonríe. Y de su cuerpo surge una hermosa luz y un néctar que cae por encima de nosotros y de todos los seres que nos rodean. en especial de aquellos que más sufren, los que están en los reinos inferiores, aquellas personas que están padeciendo cualquier tipo de obstáculo, las conozcas o no, enfermos, gente con problemas. Conectamos con esa energía, con esa motivación, con la mayor fuerza posible, a tu manera, con tus palabras, pero conectando con ella. Nos acordamos de todos los seres que han fallecido a causa del COVID, de todos los seres que han enfermado, de todos los seres que han perdido sus trabajos, que se han visto afectados de alguna manera, que siguen estándolo porque la pandemia continúa. Nos acordamos de aquellos países, de aquellos lugares en los que está viéndose recrudecida la pandemia. Brasil, India, Nepal, Rusia, cualquier otro lugar. En nombre de todos esos seres tomamos refugio. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, en Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros como todos los seres que visualizábamos al principio ya estamos bajo la protección y la guía de las tres joyas a través de Guru Avalokitesvara, que está todo el tiempo en el espacio frente a nosotros. Y visualizamos que de su corazón esa luz y ese néctar que no dejan de fluir, con el sonido del mantra que vamos a recitar unos minutos, se activa, se introduce en nosotros y en todos los seres, concediéndonos aquello que más necesitemos, a cualquier nivel, físico, espiritual, emocional. Y sobre todo nos concede la mente que conoce que los fenómenos carecen de existencia intrínseca, inherente. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani. Hacemos la primera recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida o una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Para la dedicación de esta primera recitación, si quiere el venerable Joan Yurba hacerla. Para dedicar por lo que quieras. No, sí, ahora.
Vale. Pues evidentemente para que cese el sufrimiento y las causas de sufrimiento de todos los seres, especialmente de los que se dedican a practicar el Dharma, que se vean facilitadas todas sus intenciones y su práctica del Dharma. Pues que cesen sus enfermedades, las causas de enfermedades, etcétera, etcétera. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Muchas gracias. Hacemos la segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Juan Vidal, si quieres hacer la dedicación de esta segunda recitación, por lo que tú quieras.
Bien, ¿se me oye?
Se te oye, sí. Ahora no.
Se baja automáticamente.
Se va.
A ver. No sé si lo...
Se va. Si quieres, escríbela en el chat y la leo.
Se va. Estaré al...
Se va.
Los que practican Dharma, que tengamos... Se va el volumen. Hacerlo
Si quieres, escríbela en el chat y yo la leo.
Es que es largo. Yo quería dedicar por renuncia y vacuidad. La renuncia, sabiduría, la bodhicitta y la vacuidad. Que podamos decir todos los seres. No sé si se ha...
Bueno, se ha oído a trozos que quieres dedicar con la sabiduría, con la bodhicitta, para que todos los seres la realicen. ¿Entiendo que era eso?
Sí, pero que vieran que renuncia es sabiduría, bodhicitta es sabiduría y vacuidad es sabiduría. Entonces, sabiéndolo aplicar es liberación en todos los aspectos.
Bueno, como no importa, como tú la has dicho, ya queda dicha y así se
queda dicha.
Queda dicha. Vale, ¿hacemos la siguiente?
Sí, muy bien.
Gracias, Juan.
Gracias a ti.
Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarrollos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Begoña, si quieres hacer esta dedicación.
Pues sí, yo querría dedicar para la salud y larga vida de todos nuestros maestros, los que hemos tenido durante toda nuestra vida, incluso en otras vidas, ¿no? Muy en particular su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, pero también por nuestros maestros que nos han dado enseñanzas tanto tiempo. Los que están vivos, que tengan buena salud y una larga vida, y aquellos que ya se fueron, pues que vuelvan de nuevo y podamos encontrarnos con ellos otra vez, como con los Ansulti, ¿no? Por todos nuestros maestros.
Gracias. Hacemos la última. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Darle Paloma, si quieres hacer la última.
Para que el Dharma perdure por mucho, mucho tiempo, especialmente el Dharma Mahayana, que llegue a todos los seres y especialmente los que ya lo hemos conocido, que realmente tomemos su esencia, lo practiquemos con pureza y diligencia, y también para que todos los centros de Dharma, así como instituciones benéficas, tengamos siempre todas las condiciones propicias para poder seguir ayudando a los seres. Y muy especialmente quería pedir por el padre de una compañera, Domingo Picazo, que está probablemente falleciendo, que pueda tener una mente, tanto él como los que están en una situación similar, que puedan tener una mente virtuosa, feliz y un buen tránsito. Y también por José Tamayo, que está enfermo, y los que están en una situación similar, que puedan purificar completamente todas sus causas de sufrimiento y que todos moremos en la virtud.
Gracias. Y yo añado a Wenceslao Hidalgo, que también está muy mal.
Y el padre de Mónica.
Y el hermano de Reme también.
Perfecto. Bueno, y a todas estas oraciones añadimos la petición de corazón de que nuestros maestros tengan una larga, estable y saludable vida, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama. Vamos a hacer en español. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Thangtong Gyalpo, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial. Usul chamsim yangon yelwe ten si yon pelwe kunsodo pose sosum gurwe le montutu ahata sotu degundu saten. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Por último, dedicamos los méritos para todos los propósitos que hemos dicho, que hemos pensado. Piensa en tus propias necesidades personales también, las de tus seres queridos, y les ofreces la fuerza de la raíz de tus virtudes, estos méritos. Yewa di ji nyu du da lama sangye drugyu ne rowa chi kyan maru pa deji sa la go pa cho san cho sen cho rin po che ma ke pa nam ye gu chi ye wa nyam pa me pa yan gone gondu pelwaso, que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción al estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muchísimas gracias a todos, ha sido un placer teneros a todos y a todas aquí. Recordaros que el sábado que viene continuamos a las 10 de la mañana con Venerable Paloma y a las 9 pues otra vez nos veremos. Gracias. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute.
Media lo tengo más mal. Vale, a las 9 bien. Vale.
Gracias a vosotros.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias a todos. Chao.
Vale.
Hello, Dancho, again.
Hello. It must
Hello,
be
Dancho.
deja vu. You know, it's like, oh, not him again, isn't it? But wonderful. You know what? I'm really rejoicing that your little group is growing week by week. You know, introducing one Juan last week and the second one this week. So it's really wonderful. And
We will see next week.
you know what? Soon we need 2 TV screens to get you all on. You know, on display here. No, it's just great. I'm really happy for you. That it's really such a wonderful community that keeps on growing. Yeah. And you know, as I mean, I just had a look. I think we're on week 68. You know, and I mean, think about it. I mean, sometimes you would think, should it be slowing down? But there you are. You're adding more and more members to your community, and that is just wonderful. You know, what a wonderful effort. You know, but I have a feeling. Paloma, that's because you need translators, don't you? With the other 2 volumes of His Holiness.
Yes.
When comes.
Oh, well, just you know, just write to him and say, what's up, boss?
Are coming. Okay,
No,
thank you, Dancho.
lovely to see you all.
Thank you.
Much love to everyone. Thank you very much indeed. See you all next week.
Gracias.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bless. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Anukumpa. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yes, I mean, again, you know, I find it interesting. There was a time when we had the light and you were in the dark, and you know, now it's shifting. Although we don't really have changed our times very much, but it's really nice to see that there's an adjustment. And it, I think halls like where you are, you know, when you have that early morning light coming in, they're quite nice to be in. So
and
really,
now in summer, like the sunshine coming very early.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so now you already see that it's light full on, but in the winter it's still dark. In this time.
But also being there early hours, you don't have to worry about the heat so much. That's another wonderful thing. So anyone who's is not familiar with Venerable Kumpan, she's one of the media team over at Chenrezig Institute, one of the wonderful people to keep us on air. for all those weeks, and it's been really great knowing that, you know, they have a 24-hour relay to make sure that not only are we on Zoom and YouTube, so that we can fulfill Rinpoche's wishes and connect with everyone who wishes to join in. And we have done so really successfully, I think, over the last nearly 15 months. But also to consider that the tech team isn't just us to look after. They also have to look after all the events that are taking place at Chenrezig Institute and live stream them as well. So they have quite a big job on their hand. But no, thank you very much for all the hard work that has gone in.
Thank you very much, Venerable
And
Damchi,
for all the kindness to keeping us out there. And I think I forgot to say hello to Tina. Sorry, Tina, if you're still listening in. Sorry. Thank you for joining. Lovely to, you know, sometimes you have to be so quick. You know,
Yeah.
it's on your screen. You suddenly just go like, oh, something has changed on my screen. So yeah, so we have, this is my last session for the day, for this weekend. You know,
Rejoice.
so well, we tried. We got 25 minutes left, and we're going to take a nice easy approach to that now. Really try to just, from my end, to wind down for the day. And if you're, you know, sort of in a place down under where the sun just rises, you just might want to have a sort of nice quiet start to the day. Or maybe you already worked quite hard and you sort of lunchtime, you just want to, you know, just like, boy, I'm away from the phones. I'll have a few minutes peace. We do that. Okay, so if we take a moment and just take a few deep breaths. Just settle the mind. And if you think, well, we are here, what is our motivation for being here? We're here to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes. What is our own journey? What is it we wish to take away from this session or any session you may have attended? And our motivation and reasoning could change quite quickly. You know, it may have been here a few hours ago and then something happened and it made us think about this or think about that. So that's okay. We don't have to be static with our approach to prayers. And sometimes we can, these moments to reflect on where we are at and how that fits in with what's happening within the around the world. And you know, and then we sometimes see that, you know, given what may be going on, we're quite all right. You know, looking at some of the suffering that exists somewhere else. So we can always look at, you know, this at the rationalizing. There used to be a saying, you know, there's always somebody worse off than you, and that used to be sort of quite a dismissive comment, really, in the past. It's always something put yourself together, but it's not really. You know, if you think about it that way, it's really like, you know, I might be in some odd situation, but at least I have, you know, maybe a coat, maybe we have shoes, maybe we have the luxury of having a meal every day, maybe we have a roof overhead. You know, we think about those who may lack all this, and we just struggle by. So it puts it all really in a perspective. Now, that doesn't mean that our suffering is therefore less, but it can change our perception of the suffering slightly and take a little bit of that weight off our shoulder. So if we go with the 4 verses from the King of Prayers, and which I do like, and I think it's also nice again, sort of at the end of these sessions, at the end, for me, the end of the day. So this is my final session for this prayer-a-thon. We have a few more to go, and I hope you support the Sangha still following in their efforts, and I'm sure you will. But it's nice again, you know, to see what did we set out on, or what journey did we set on this morning when we started? What did we do halfway through the day? Where are we now? Do we still, have the same parameters? Do we still appreciate the same parameters? Do we need to reset some of the parameters? Do we need to change the way we look at things? But these 4 verses I find very, very inspiring on so many levels, because they really, to me, condense everything, what our practice should be really about. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those with paths like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. And here, this friendship doesn't necessarily have to be just us as ordained Sangha coming together. But if we think about us, our friendship that we have in common when it comes to being in the same community, wanting to help benefit other sentient beings, who want to ease the suffering. So all those who are kind enough to join me in this session, who joined other leads in previous sessions, so you can see yourself also included in that. It is not exclusive to ordained Sangha or to a certain group. So basically, it's like a big family, that we're joining in effort in these prayers and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Sure, the Bodhisattva way is very much a Buddhist, bit within that. But your spiritual mentor can be anyone who inspires you, who does the right things for the benefit of beings. So it's, as long as virtuous and leads you onto the right segment, and, so many wonderful beings out there that can inspire us because of the great acts of compassion and kindness they engage in. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And it seems sometimes very overwhelming when we look at the word. Oh, there's so many beings. How do I deal with those? How can I deal with those? And of course, when we sometimes look at, where do we start clearing out the house or renovate the house? If we just sort of jump in, it sometimes feels very, very daunting, but sometimes you have to go like, okay, let's first of all maybe create a path. Where can I go? What's the bigger picture? How do I get that bigger picture? If we need to do room by room, then we work it through. We got the lifetimes to do it. We just have to, one step at a time, within the capabilities and resources that we have, our skill, our training, whatever we can bring to the table. And changing our habits may take a while, but we can get there. We can get there for the benefit of all. And let's not forget that. Okay, so if we visualize in the space in front of us our guru, the aspect of Chenrezig, and if you have the right initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone joining us feeling uncomfortable with engaging in visualizing deities and things like that. So that's perfectly all right. Just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Crikey, if we look at the world, a lot of compassion is needed right now. Not just the pandemic. Visualize that light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light being found in one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crowns of their heads, filling them with purifying light, nectar, and compassion, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, revealing more and more of our true nature, atom by atom. That true nature is our Buddha nature, the one that's compassionate, the one that's kind, that wants harmony for all beings and happiness for all beings. It's not driven by selfishness and other negative forms of existence. And as we feel that bliss of purification, we look around and see our mother sentient beings enjoying exactly the same. Having all that burden lifted of negative karma that we carried for so long. The grime, the grit, the stains they left behind, the taste, the smell of all that negative karma that we dragged along for so long. How wonderful it is to get rid of it, to wash it away, to be ourselves again, be happy again, pain-free. And why would our happiness be so much different to that of all the other beings? Isn't it wonderful to see a world in harmony, not having to worry about threats, having to watch your back every 5 minutes, go out of fear. So we call upon our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, because we recognize that we have contributed to the suffering through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and we wish to transform. We wish to free ourselves from the suffering so that we may guide all others out of the suffering, in the state of enlightenment. But it's not just enough for us to say, okay, I've done wrong to ourselves. We address it openly. We mention to all those beings, we say, we have done you wrong. And we are sorry for it. And we do want to improve. We want to be of service. We want to help you be free from all that suffering. And we make that pledge. And it may take time to adjust. It's like bad habits that we picked up over many lifetimes, and it will take time to get rid of them. But we do what we can. Maybe baby steps to start off with. We get better at it. And if we trip up, we get up, we look at it, what did we do wrong? We acknowledge and we carry on. We benefit, we will benefit. And if we all put it together, how wonderful it must be. If you think about the motto of the Musketeers, all for one and one for all. If we alone look at the world and all the beings and say, oh, I have to help them. But think about if all of them help you as well. And if we are one of many helping someone else, collectively, how much easier it will get. So we invite them to take refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light intensifying more and more. So much so that we begin to glow atom by atom and return the light to the Guru and exchange ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings. So as we recite the morning mantra, again, we remember that through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, so much suffering has caused. But it's also through the actions of the holy body, speech and mind also represent the balm that we can benefit mother sending beings to the maximum. But in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, mani and padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all mother sending beings. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Having exchanged ourselves with the Guru, having acknowledged all our mistakes and make the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome action to benefit all mother sentient beings, and taken refuge whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, may we see ourselves now as pure, and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers, to be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And from a time point of view, we do one recitation, but really from the bottom of your heart. May this prayer help all those who are sick to be restored to good health. May all those who entered the bardo or are entering the bardo at this time be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those encounter hardships given whatever resources are necessary to overcome and find a place that's full of happiness and free from suffering. And may this be achieved through the power of our compassion and this prayer. May all sentient beings be free from suffering in all forms and shapes as they may manifest. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as arms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sound of whose names have our beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the firmaments depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering, meet the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for ensuring that the flame of the Dharma is kept alive and traditions being preserved, for engaging in teachings, giving and receiving teachings, translating Dharma texts for the benefit of other sentient beings. May all our brothers and sisters never be separated from the Dharma, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from virtuous friends in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community for the kind support, offering expertise, financial support, and their time so freely to ensure that Dharma centers and projects can run and bear fruit for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May they continue to encounter the Dharma in this and our future lifetimes, never be separated from the community of Sangha and virtuous friends. May they live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and guide us in this and all future lifetimes with the kindness and wisdom. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of hope and compassion in this turbulent world. May we continue to benefit from his wisdom in this and all future lifetimes, and may be reborn again in human form so that we may attend and listen to his teachings and absorb his wisdom. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled and may be reunited with his people in Tibet soon. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and for his great vision and having tasked us with his prayerathon, engaging us in deeper practices to be of benefit to all other sentient beings in these turbulent times, having brought together the community of the Sangha and everyone who's joining us in these prayers to build much closer connection in this lifetimes and for future lifetimes. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy life, and may all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the mass of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Ingang rira weke we jingang hi pendang dewa malu jongwene Chenrezig Institute yi shape site bodu tengyu chi. Tuzil shang jing yam gyung gewe ten zing gen pe we kun zu du bu zi chuk song ke we lek mun tu du pa dak sok de je gun du shap ten sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your kind support for the past 68 weekends prayerathon, for all the support you have shown in front and behind the scenes, and yeah, it's been a great pleasure and privilege to do prayers with you throughout all this time. I would like to make one corrective statement. I received an email this week, and it would appear that I may have said something that was easily misinterpreted when it comes to the donations. If I said such thing, it was definitely not meant to be said in a way that it could be misinterpreted. And all these sessions are free for everyone to join. They're not dependent on whether or not you put a donation in. And while we appreciate donations with the running costs, they're not compulsory. They should only be given as and if you can afford them, and if you feel like you want to contribute. It is very much important to us that we provide a service to all those who need our prayers and the comfort of these and the safety of these prayer sessions, so that we may benefit sentient beings throughout the pandemic and also fulfill Rinpoche's wishes. So if I have caused any confusion with any statement, personally, I don't recall, and I really don't want to, trawl through old footage. I take it at face value that someone felt that I made a comment that could be seen as having caused the feeling that you only welcome here if you made a contribution. That is not the case. So I do apologize openly, and we make every effort to ensure that all these sessions are free. Hence, we're trying to provide links for the prayer texts that do not go through the FPMT shop, so that all these texts are free and available to you at all times. But I do appreciate the feedback that I received, because it gave me the option, A, to clarify a position that, it was a busy weekend, and sometimes when we get tired, we think slightly different than we speak. So maybe a choice of word, that was slightly misinterpreted the way it came out, or I thought it was said in a certain way, and it was again picked up in a different way. No excuse on that, but it gave me time to reflect, and again on the importance of that we watch what we say, what we think, and how we act, that we remedy any actions that we have that may cause other people, to feel, offended, suffering, or put down. So it was a great opportunity for me to address that issue, to reflect on maybe the way I say things, particularly when we get tired, and also to be able to clarify that point with you all who join us in these sessions. And so I'm grateful for the feedback, because it has also brought many aspects to benefit others if there was a point that needed clarifying. So
Hello, Damche, are you still there?
Hello.
Hello.
I think there is some problem with internet.
Yes. That might be, yes. I think it's in Nalanda 10 o'clock, and then the internet goes out. So I think he was interrupted.
Okay.
Anyway, but now I have a nice talk with you. Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Yes. So I'm very happy. Now I'm in Bucharest. So still in Romania. Last week I was in Cluj. Yes. So tomorrow I will go back to Nalanda. Yeah. Do you have with the borders slowly opening in Australia, that you can go back to Europe sooner or later? You have some perspective?
Yeah, there is, but I think maybe middle of next year, or we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You're very patient.
My family also.
Yes, I admire that. Yes. So yes,
but we'll see. Maybe early. Yeah, it's open, so we'll see.
Yes. So thank you so much for helping again, being
so much.
in service of the Guru as other sentient beings. Thank you. Yes. So shall I start? Let's see.
Yes,
because I don't think Damche comes back. I think he's already cut out. Yes.
Already gone.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. A nice session.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
So welcome. Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. Good night. So very welcome here. It is prayerathon that we create merit for the first place all sentient beings, but then especially for those who are hit by the COVID pandemic due to health issues or losing their life, those who have lost their life due to COVID, those who are economically, socially, or emotionally hit by the consequences that this pandemic is around. So it has very serious consequences. Somehow, if we suffer from it, somehow negative karma ripens. So this practice we do, especially that all these negative karma might be removed, that that whatever happens to someone that might be beneficial and being part of their Dharma path, and that those who have lost their lives may find good rebirth, and that those who are hit in other ways by the pandemic, may become stronger by it and find the Dharma path very quickly, reach enlightenment, and that they have none of the 84,000 problems which are all potential can ripen upon us, that will happen ever again. So this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, very powerful. On your YouTube channel, you can find the links. The prayer. So globally, this prayer exists in 4 parts. We say we take refuge with the Dharma Sangha, then we do the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. So we build up the visualization, then we do the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, then we do the actual prayer 3 or 5 times, and then there's the dedications. So first of all, those who have taken refuge with the Dharma Sangha can take refuge with the Dharma Sangha. Anyway, those who have not taken refuge or find it still difficult, just read with it, see if it makes sense to you. So our motivation for this session is to benefit all sentient beings. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So we can visualize Guru Chenrezig in front of us, the Guru Buddha, so in the form of our teacher. Maybe it's the Dalai Lama, maybe Lama Zopa Rinpoche, maybe any other teacher. So he is actually one with Chenrezig Buddha. So when we take refuge, means that in the Buddha, means in the historic Buddha, and the Dharma, the text, and the teachings, and the Sangha is the spiritual community. So we can we take refuge in empty clarity of our own mind. So that's actually one of the results of practicing the Buddhist path as part of our Buddhahood for ourselves. So we have this, our mind is by nature empty and clear and knowing. So we take refuge in that, all sentient beings. So we visualize all sentient beings around us while we do these prayers. We visualize the Buddha in front of us on a throne. So you can also visualize the Buddha on top of your head, that he looks in the same direction. And he has the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum on his heart cushion. It circles and sends out rays of light to all sentient beings who are all around us. Generally, we visualize the females on our right side, the males on our left side, friends, those who are supportive to our lives behind us, and in front of us, those we have difficulties with, or very bad world leaders, people who create a lot of negative karma, they are in front of us. Buddha sets light out to all sentient beings around us. If we have an initiation ourselves, we can visualize ourselves as Chenrezig, the Guru Buddha in our heart. If we have no initiation, best on the top of our head or in front of us. We take one time, set a time, one time more, the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Now we do this mantra, Mani Padme Hum. We visualize that rays of light goes to all sentient beings, touch them and purify them from their negative karma. We do a few together, and then you can do in your own speed. This mantra, we can do many malas. And on the background, you might hear Lama Zopa Rinpoche doing the Mani Padme Hum mantra, which also is very powerful and supports our strong prayers for the benefit of others. So, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So we can now to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the most sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do 2 times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all be May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time. 10 more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all of the body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So finally, we do the dedication prayers. So you can find a link on below the screen on YouTube. So we start these prayers on page 5 of this standard dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise and grow, and may that there is not decline but increase more and more and more. You uphold the subduers who are away of service, the bound of bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading on units victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, save from myself and others, your disciples, please live long. I think I skipped a few prayers. So first we do a long life for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We do Tibetan, that's also in English. Ojiktan kom dir bende malum agan le jungwe sampe yi Tsung me tan zing ya tsung cho te ten chen tu te lun ru shu. Incomparably kind to Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Tong Ning Ning Jesu Don Jo Ben Lam Che Se Se Gan Chen Ten Dragon Jak Na Pe Mo Dan Jing Ya Zum La Silva Deb So Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. The lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Moden je Zhang Jin Zhang Gen Ge Wei Tenzin Gyong Pel Wei Kun Tse Dok Bon Tem Jok Sum Kur Wei Lek Men Tu Dru Ba Dak Suk Du Je Gan Du Sha Ten Chuk. This is the long life prayer for His Holiness for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You uphold the subduers more away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading on Unit's victorious doctrine. O Master, fully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And, due to this virtue, might quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings, without exception, to that state. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samattabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with that dedication praised as the best by the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. The extended probably that we want to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. But to realize emptiness, page 10. May the precious few of emptiness not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependence arising are unbetraying. Seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. May the precious realization of the two stages not just born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more, still in order to realize the two stages of Tantra. So anyway, we have only 2 minutes left, so we do special dedications not only for all our teachers, and serving as the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our geshes in the FPMT, Mahayana tradition, all the big lamas and teachers, those who bring other sentient beings to enlightenment with their fabulous qualities, which we have no idea of sometimes. So may they have success in guiding all our mother sentient beings to enlightenment. And for all my Sangha, may they have all the means to reach enlightenment quickly. May they have the discipline of good behavior. May they help sentient beings as much as possible. May they do their practice well. May they have all the causes, conditions to do these practices. They also for all the sponsors of all the monasteries, the individual monasteries in Australia, Italy, Spain, France, and so forth. So may and all those who support monks and nuns on this planet, and the Sangha, So may they be free from all problems, and may they realize their spiritual goals as quick as possible. And of course, for all students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe, and from His Holiness, there's all students and all the people at FPMT centers, the directors, coordinators, may they have success in serving the holy gurus. And for everyone who is suffering from COVID and other diseases like AIDS and so forth, and cancer, may they heal if they have lost their lives. Those in the bardo, may they find a rebirth, good rebirth. And then for all other people who suffer at this moment on this planet, may they find what they are looking for: protection, food, drink, safety, and may they find a Dharma friend who can teach them the path to enlightenment, so they are free for always of their problems, from all potential 84,000 problems. So thank you so much. This was it. Let's check who is. Lectern. Lectern. Hello.
Me again.
Yes, you again. You took the same slot as last week. That's very nice. Yeah, I signed also up for a few weeks the same time, so then it's more easy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes, yes. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. I had a very surprising man turn up in Sri Lanka that Lama Zopa asked us to build a medicine Buddha statue, 15 meters long, which is like a 5-story building.
Help.
Yeah. So I wanted to put a replica somewhere, and this man turned up from nowhere, and he did a sketch, and he said he's working with the local guardians and gods, and he's going to help me, he'd do a drawing. So I'm just really, it's through another friend that this all happened.
Yes.
So I'm going to send it to Rinpoche and ask we should work with this man. He claimed to work with the local, all the entities that's going to support this project. Oh my goodness.
Yes, wow.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. Praise the Lord. And the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. You say, OMG, oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for sharing. I think everyone in the world rejoices about your effort to take care that there's a lot of blessings in Sri Lanka. But for the time being, you're still stuck in Melbourne, huh?
I'm still stuck in Melbourne, but I'm able to do a lot of work from Melbourne because the conditions on the ground are very harsh.
Yes.
So if I was in Sri Lanka, perhaps I can't do as much.
Yes. So that's the nice thing of internet.
Yeah,
and
that's
so forth.
the good thing. Thanks to Zoom.
Yes, Zoom and all the other stuff. The course
Zoom and WhatsApp.
Screens. Yeah. Systems. Yeah. Okay. Have a good session, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay. Love from Romania. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Good morning from Melbourne, Australia. It's once again wonderful to connect with the worldwide Sangha and to be able to participate in this prayers, Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, to benefit the world and also to fulfill Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes. It's certainly is a wonderful privilege, especially when I'm, people who are in isolation. I'm not in my normal place, so somewhat separated from other Sangha as well. And I feel for all of the other Sangha members that have had their situations completely changed and having to deal with very unexpected challenges. So I join you in wishing for our conditions to transform for more conducive conditions with these prayers, and for the world to be free of this disease and all the other various problems. So we'll set a virtuous motivation for our practice. Obviously, if you're from a different part of the world, this will be a little bit strange to do the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, which I like doing because it is the morning in Australia. And I find, particularly with current conditions, when everyday tasks it's a greatly inspiring thought to think that no matter what we do, whatever our conditions are, as from the moment we open our eyes in the morning, we can, through our intention, transform our activities into Dharma. So this prayer says, until enlightenment achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, and so on, do not become causes of suffering, and instead become causes of happiness, and especially that they become causes to achieve Buddhahood. And that you transform them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. So it's wonderfully inspirational when you're, I'm speaking for myself, when I feel like the challenges are insurmountable sometimes in terms of conditions. So then it's a matter of changing my attitude and looking at everything that comes my way to take them on the path. And I find that is also available. You know, it's not just sitting in a cushion and doing prayers and being in a nunnery, but there are other ways. And there are many paths. And one has to have a flexible mind in order to be able to see the opportunity in the challenge. So taking a moment to collect our mind, just connecting with the breath. Generating strong wish to alleviate suffering and free all the sentient beings from samsara. With that pure motivation, we engage in this practice for the next hour. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara, because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas and so forth. So this particular verse brings such a reality pill, because I'm from Sri Lanka, and the people that I connect with who have been practicing self-liberation path and their struggles to turn their mind to think that they could also benefit others. And Buddhahood is achievable if that is your inclination. So this is such a mental struggle for them, even though they have now heard the Mahayana path. The transition is extremely difficult. So watching that, I consider this verse sort of reminds me of, because I do have the Mahayana inclination, that I was very fortunate to meet Rinpoche and to make that transition quite easily. And I feel for the beings who cannot. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of these degenerate times. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. So now we do the main prayer of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Again, taking a moment to recollect the qualities of the Mahasiddha, his accomplishments of longevity, his capacities. He built bridges to allow the pilgrims who couldn't get to holy sites to be able to get there. He started the first opera in Tibet. And with the money he got, or whatever, at the time, whatever they were using, I don't know, but with whatever he received, he invested that in Dharma. So there are many methods, many skillful ways that Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha benefited people. So in these very difficult times, we supplicate Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the qualities of Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara, with all the retinue, all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to come to our aid and free us from terrible suffering, the current suffering in the world. So we'll recite the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We'll do this a few more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we do the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite the mantra, let's visualize 1000 Nam Chenrezig above our head, and that we are surrounded by all 6 realm beings in human form, starting with our loved ones, the mother on our left and the father on our right, whether they are past or alive, dead or alive, and all our relatives, female relatives and friends on the right, and males on the left. And then extending that to all the beings, starting from perhaps our country, thinking particularly about the places countries where COVID is still very much a harsh reality. So in Australia here, we have come out, in Melbourne, we have come out of lockdown, but we're expecting 750,000 people to get COVID. So thinking about all these things, and all the beings who have already died, and in Bardo, we recite this Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite it, we can visualize that nectar comes from Chenrezig's heart and falls on our heads and clears all the delusions and negative karma. Whatever we have created ourselves to bring about these conditions, negativities in the world, are getting purified as we practice. It's permeating all our bodies, not leaving out even a single cell. We become completely purified. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Just taking a moment to visualize that Chenrezig Buddha is very pleased with our practice, and from his heart dissipate the next time he himself dissipate into steam-like substance and enters into each and every one of our bodies through the crown of our heads, thereby endowing each and every one of us, all the sentient beings, with the qualities of wisdom and compassion. And that we are completely purified. So with that, we'll do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, although they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do the dedications. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Through the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. Just as brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, also I dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the virtuous, victorious ones, thus gone of the 3 times, so that I might perform the noble bodhisattva deeds. His Holiness's long life prayer. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. The emptiness prayer due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So I will continue the prayers for the next half an hour. So we'll take a moment to just rejoice in this. Taking a moment to renew our motivation, whatever time in the world, wherever you are. Just fleshly renewing our motivation. That we are doing this practice to benefit all the suffering brings. And I, particularly for the, obviously for COVID and the resulting hardships that people are experiencing, be that be grief through the loss of loved ones to death. It could be sickness. People have got long COVID that are going to compromise their health for a long time to come. And I think about countries where people are traumatized and have had difficult histories. And when they have sickness on top of that, their energy is completely sapped. They absolutely have energy, no energy, no inspiration to do anything, just a mere survival. Terrible suffering. And I want to think about all of the beings who are traumatized in whatever way. That to me, being traumatized and not being able to change our behaviors because of the physiological, biological changes that occurs in our brains is akin to being stuck in hungry ghost realms or hell realms. It's not a matter of willpower. It's a place of no escape. I want to think about people that I have met in my own life, particularly the estate workers, tea plantation workers in Sri Lanka. The terrible lives for generations, the insurmountable sufferings they go through, the conditioning, the impulses, self-harm and harming others endlessly, their children, their wives, themselves. I think about them to be free of whoever is traumatized in this way, be it the indigenous communities through colonization. And to look at these beings with great understanding and compassion to what has occurred in their lives and people who've been abused mentally and physically, how they are stuck in pain, generational pain. Because of race, color, our sexual orientation, our gender, all these things keep us in suffering. So we are doing this practice for the next time, particularly thinking about all these beings that we can see ongoing suffering of these people and wishing them to quickly find whatever is going to aid them, particularly for them to find a release immediately for their mental problems and great poverty, the terrible physical hardships they have to endure, the systemic changes that we need in the world, for people to have compassion for the rich, to see other beings truly, and to want to help them in a tangible way to alleviate their suffering. And the leaders of the world to have compassion in their hearts. And as His Holiness tries so tirelessly to all of us to understand that we are one humanity. We all want happiness and none of us want suffering. And that we can help each other to be able to achieve that. So we are doing this practice for all these beings. And anyone else that have asked us to do prayers, have going through whatever suffering conditions they are encountering at the moment, we can recall them to our mind, especially think about them. So I'd like at the moment to do the 4 immeasurables, just to generate extra inspiration in our hearts. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. For people to really understand what the causes of suffering are. That we ourselves have the capacity to be free of suffering, change the conditions through our attitude, behavior, and to feel empowered to understand and receive teachings about cause and effect and karma. And to have the mental capacity and the disposition to want to receive teachings and to understand them and to comprehend them. May all sentient beings be inseparable from the happiness that is free from suffering. So may they understand the causes of suffering, and may they understand the methods to bring about happiness. And may they never stop creating the causes for happiness, conducive conditions to be able to receive proper teachings, to be free from samsara. Not just immediate, temporary happiness, but ultimate happiness. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for friends and hatred for enemies. Again, thinking how wonderful it would be if we could achieve this state ourselves. Speaking for myself, I'm very attached to my own family, friends. And to be able to free from that, to expand our hearts and minds to the suffering of all beings, and to truly comprehend that we have been, every being has been my mother. And not only wish for them to receive teachings, particularly the Mahayana path, because then you can help others as well. And think about whatever way, whatever the disposition of the people to receive the relevant teachers in whatever way, whatever guile, whatever manifestation they require the teachings to be taught. And the leaders of the world who are preaching division, dividing people, and all the corporations and the media that is perpetuating this hatred for one and attachment for the other, for that to immediately stop. How wonderful it would be if this propaganda would stop. And we can also feel empowered that through our prayers, that we can make a change in the world. And that is the whole purpose of these practices. To never to underestimate the power of a group with pure motivation. When we desire a particular outcome for the world, a wholesome outcome, that it will bear fruit. That we wish that we ourselves would actively participate in this change to whatever capacity that we are able. Whoever is inviting that opportunity from us, whoever has a connection with us, that we have the knowledge and the confidence to benefit them. So with that motivation, we will recite the main prayer. Again, taking a moment to supplicate Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, thinking about all of the qualities. It's a manifestation of all the Buddhas, Manjushri and Chenrezig. For inspiration, that we ask for blessings from all the Buddhas at this point to transform our suffering immediately. As Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha did in the past, he subdued the demon who was causing this pandemic, a pandemic in Tibet. May he do so right now and bring about conducive conditions for people to have the right mindset, right physical conditions to be able to practice. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidans, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity, assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So at this point, we do mantra of Chenrezig, visualizing again all the suffering beings in all 6 realms in human form. That from Chenrezig's heart, as we recite the mantra, nectar flows down on the top of our heads and purifies us from all the negativities, delusions, all the conditions that is causing us all the suffering right now, and any future conditions that hasn't really ripened yet, purifying all of that in our minds as well as our bodies. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. We'd like to do the prayer to all of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas is blessing us at the moment. Wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. You are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosions of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through you defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in the regions. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in the blissful land. Please also lead all others to the pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants, by the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which are that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Chenrezig. At this point, Chenrezig dissolves into light and falls on each and every one of us and enters our bodies through the crown, just blessing, bringing a rain of blessings, completely purifying us of all the negativities, delusions, suffering conditions. Now we have become like crystal. Plain, clear. So with that visualization, we'll recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can recall all of the beings where all the dedications that we're doing, particularly for the long life and good health of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all with the other gurus in whatever tradition they are doing beneficial work to alleviate the suffering in this world. May they all have long life and stay with us until samsara ends. And all the suffering beings who are suffering from COVID and all other conditions be free, and other sufferings that they're experiencing, be it through war, other forms of sickness, environmental problems. And I would like to think of all my Dharma brothers and sisters that are also going through hardships, through changing conditions. May they have conducive conditions to continue to be part of the Sangha. And people that, particularly in Sri Lanka, who have a Mahayana disposition and doesn't have the freedom to connect with Dharma. There are many obstacles. For all these obstacles to disappear, that all of the different traditions, to understand there is one teacher, but there are many traditions, and to have open-mindedness and accept Mahayana tradition, Vajrayana Mahayana tradition. And our projects, FPMT projects, to be successful, and His Holiness Dalai Lama's wishes to be immediately fulfilled, and Tibet to have freedom and conditions. And also the projects that we're doing in Sri Lanka, particularly his Rinpoche's wishes to have a 5-story, 15-meter medicine Buddha statue in Sri Lanka. For this to be realized in my lifetime, and Rinpoche's to be able to visit Sri Lanka. And for the people who are very eagerly waiting to hear more Dharma, for the translation projects to be completed without hindrance. So we'll do His Holiness's long life. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish the magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So, emptiness, sealing it, all this with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that Buddhahood which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Maybe we can do multiplying mantras quickly. Chomdunde, Deshin Shepadra, Champayan, Dapasope Sange Namga Nampe Oki Galpola Shaksalo. Janchu Sempa Sempa Champo Kunchu Sampola Shatsado, Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso. Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso, Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso, Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso, Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso. Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso, Tayata Panchagria Buddhaniso, Duru Jamukiso. Hello, Venerable.
Hello, Venerable.
Nice to see you again. I actually copied your one of your prayers. I was so inspired by that, and it's the wrathful, victorious Hayagriva one. So thank you very much.
Okay.
It's after, yeah. That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you next time.
See you next time.
All right. So let's take a moment. Hi, Patty. Hi, Chrissy. Let's take a moment to, and always thank you, CNC or Chenrezig Institute, and all your help behind that little picture of Thangtong Gyalpo. So let's take a moment to get our minds settled in this practice. For those who are just joining us at this half hour, to just take a moment to really be present with your body sitting here. Drawing your mind inward from the past to the future. And really setting in determination to keep your focus on benefiting suffering sentient beings. So imagine seated here with you, surrounding you, are all sentient beings in human form. Your mother of this life on your left, your father of this life on your right, all your loved ones close behind, your siblings, your children, your partner, your grandparents, all your loved ones, your friends and their loved ones, your Dharma community and all their loved ones. Just outward it goes, countless sentient beings surrounding us. And imagine that we'll be leading them in these prayers. And we'll be saying them on their behalf. So bring to mind anyone that you know that's suffering in this moment. They're due to the pandemic, or because they're worried about someone with this illness, or because they lost their job due to this pandemic, or they're suffering from all the dangers of the elements, from floods and wildfires and earthquakes and volcanoes and all the different ways that just the heat itself, from rising waters to depleted rivers, and then all those suffering from their worries, their fears, their jealousies, angers, their greediness, and ourselves with all our worries. So take a moment to try to generate
sincere compassion, wish to relieve people from their suffering. May I be free of suffering. May you be free of suffering. May all sentient beings be free from suffering. We are so fortunate to have these good conditions where we're able to meet via Zoom and YouTube. And we have advice from our teachers to help us, to guide us into activities that can benefit others. Following the advice of our teachers is the greatest offering. Of course, we don't know what we're doing, so we need to rely on our teachers, and we need to rely on the 3 jewels. So let's take a moment to visualize in the space in front of us a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions. These lions are symbols for the fearlessness of the Buddhas. On top of this throne is a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandala, showing that the Buddha has overcome the maras of desire, death. Well, actually, that's from his posture. But he has completely developed compassion and wisdom. On top of these mandalas sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. Really feel the presence of your teacher embodied by Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left is in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light. And he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Just like we are surrounded by all sentient beings, Shakyamuni Buddha is surrounded by all the Buddhas, the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians. And in front of all these holy beings, on faultless thrones, sits the Dharma explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. Being able to imagine enlightened beings near us are always near us, but we really want to develop the sense of closeness to them. It's not important how clear our visualization is. It's far more important to feel the presence of our teachers and of the Buddhas. So right now we have this precious human rebirth with good conditions, and we're using our time wisely by fulfilling the wishes of our teacher, by following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So now we can turn for refuge using the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Or really try to feel the sense of your reliance on enlightened beings, your reliance on your guru. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. You come to the crown of all of our heads. So there's countless sentient beings with radiant Shakyamuni Buddhas above the crown of their head, facing the same way we are. Shakyamuni Buddha sends radiating white light through the crown of our head, purifying all our negativities, all the causes for suffering. Till there's not one atom left. And he sends golden light to fill our bodies with all the good qualities, with wisdom, all the causes of happiness, all the causes for enlightenment. And Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, comes down through the crown of our heads and resides at our heart chakra. Always present to help us. Now imagine in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, and decorated with magnificent jewels. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, let's visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart and entering all sentient beings, bringing them whatever is needed for all their temporary and ultimate happiness. And in particular, all those suffering from all the various ways we suffer due to this pandemic. So if there are any people particular that you know, that you're concerned for, bring them to mind. Really strongly feel the presence of Chenrezig's radiating, purifying light, reaching the sentient beings that you have a karmic connection to, and beyond, to all sentient beings, wherever they are. So we'll recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum for about 5 minutes. And we can do this with a sense of compassion for the suffering of us all, as well as the joy that we have met the teachings and have this practice to do on their behalf. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So rejoice that we're fulfilling the advice of our teachers, that we've engaged the enlightened activities of the Buddhas. Now we want to say prayers on the behalf of all sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine that Chenrezig is looking extremely pleased with us, with eyes of compassion and love, dissolves into light, absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. So while we've been doing this practice, there have been numberless sentient beings, holy beings, enlightened beings, doing many acts of virtue, kindnesses, patience, generosity, all sorts of ways of helping sentient beings. So we can rejoice in all their activities. We can rejoice in our own activities, not just in the present moment, but in the past, and that we can be 100% certain that we'll do in the future. We'll continue to dedicate our merits. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Then sealing our dedications with emptiness. So that they do not exhaust until all sentient beings have become enlightened and there's no suffering at all. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And for the long, healthy, happy life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior, myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So welcome. Hi, Venerable Yeshi.
Good morning. Thank you for a beautiful session. It was really nice.
Thank you. Here's the torch.
Thank you. See you next week. So good morning, everybody. Yes, Venerable Tendrin has completed her session and handed over back here to Chenrezig, where I am. Glorious spring morning. We'll just reset our motivation. start by cultivating our motivation, rejoicing in the opportunity we have to receive the teachings of the Buddha and to be able to carry out the wishes of our teachers. Being thankful that from last week to this week, we haven't been born in the lower realms or lost our precious human life. And with the many distractions of our worldly life, we haven't forgotten about the Dharma. We have the opportunity to listen and contemplate so many teachings online and face-to-face. This opportunity is something to feel fortunate about, having it and not taking it for granted. So we generate a strong intention to make good use of our lives to benefit others, rather than just concerning ourselves with our own self-cherishing. Become determined to use that motivation to benefit all living beings in a way that is most effective so that we can all attain enlightenment. Really create and share that intention with affection, love, care, and compassion towards everyone. And this isn't just about tolerance, but rather genuinely care about what happens to others and want to work for their benefit. So as we go about today with family, friendship, community, just take a moment to share and reflect on the insights, experiences, and wisdom of those around us, and remind ourselves of how blessed we all are. In the world around us, there are many who are suffering and facing immediate and present dangers, harrowing hardships, and the gravest of challenges. It's time to focus our thoughts of compassion and practicing loving kindness to ourselves, but especially to all those around us. And as we develop this deep feeling of concern and love, keep our parents, teachers, gurus, friends, enemies, and strangers in mind. Wish the thought that we all be well. May we all be happy, and may we all have peace in our lives. May no one come to harm, and may we harm no one. May we all have patience, courage, understanding, and determination to meet and overcome inevitable difficulties, problems, and the challenges in life. Just keeping all of that in mind, we will begin our session that's requested by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to try and eliminate this pandemic. The Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And using the text that has been provided, we'll just do the motivation. We'll do it 3 times, and taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now as we visualize Chenrezig, Thousand Armed Chenrezig, as we recite the compassion mantra on Mani Padme Hum, and think of all the things we just said in our motivation. Think of the refuge we've just taken, and just cultivate the thought of generating love and compassion to all sentient beings, in particular those that are suffering from the pandemic, but keeping in mind all sentient beings, as we're all suffering in one way or another. We'll start together and then we'll continue for a few malas silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now we'll recite the actual prayer. We'll do this 3 times together. If you have the text with you, if you don't have the text at all, just generating a mind of compassion and just listening to the prayer, and send out as much love and compassion as you can, and really think about the words that we're saying. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we'll do 3 more mala recitations of Mani Padme Hum. And again, just keeping in mind this feeling of compassion that we generate for all sentient beings. Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has asked us to do these practices in relation to the COVID pandemic. So in particular, we keep all of those that are suffering from COVID close to our heart. But as Buddhists, we generate that feeling of compassion for all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. And now we'll recite the actual prayer again 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and debutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And again, 3 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, really generating strongly that intention to free all sentient beings from suffering and to give compassion to all sentient beings, especially those at the moment suffering from COVID-19. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. And we'll recite the actual prayer. We'll just do this one last time and then we'll head into the dedication section. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and vibhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind quickly be freed of their illnesses. May those frightened cease to be afraid, and may those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of befriending one another. May those who find themselves in trackless, fearful wildernesses, the children, the aged, the unprotected, be guarded by beneficial celestials, and may they swiftly attain Buddhahood. We'll just seal merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. In the prayer to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our beloved spiritual guide and spiritual teacher. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you. Who have we got there? Nana, how lovely to see you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. I'm not sure who's on next. Someone isn't there yet. So, Grace, are you there?
Hello, Venerable Yeshua. Thank you for leading a beautiful session. How are you?
Hey, who's rostered on?
I actually don't have the roster with me, but we can play a previous session, of somebody. So I'll try and maybe find either Venerable Sangha Kadro or anyway, whoever I find will be amazing.
Okay.
But sorry, if it's okay, I'll just find that. And
while
then
you do that,
play.
Nana, maybe you and I, we'll recite some Mani Padme hymns until Grace puts a loop on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you so much. Beautiful session. Thank you.
Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme Thank you.
prayers, practices, and dedications to that goal, that all living beings, without exception, could have happiness up to the highest happiness, the state of awakening, enlightenment, Buddhahood, and could be free of all their suffering and problems, down to the very causes of suffering and problems, which are the afflictive emotions in our minds, such as hatred and anger, greed, jealousy, and especially ignorance about the true nature of things. That's the root cause of all our suffering, all our problems. May these practices that we're doing help to bring about the freedom from suffering and causes of suffering for all living beings. And you can think in particular of any people that you know of who need special prayers right now, suffering from various sicknesses such as COVID or other physical illnesses and problems, or mental suffering, or any kind of problems. So you bring them to mind, and if you can, imagine them with you, sitting nearby you as we're doing this practice. And if you can really open up your mind and heart to others and imagine all living beings sitting around you doing this practice along with us and getting the benefit of the practice along with us. So now, if you can imagine the Buddha in front, Shakyamuni Buddha in front of you, made of light, radiant, peaceful, blissful, smiling. You can also imagine other Buddhas around him, such as Medicine Buddha, Tara, Chenrezig, Manjushri, whatever Buddhas you are most comfortable feeling and taking refuge in. So imagine they're all there in front of you. You can also imagine many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the space around them and around us, all looking at us with infinite unconditional love and compassion, totally dedicated to helping us and taking care of us, just like a mother feels towards her children. She regards as so dear, so precious, with so much kindness, love, compassion, just totally dedicated to taking care of them. So that's how the Buddhas feel about us, about all living beings. They really feel that infinite, immeasurable, unconditional love and compassion coming from the Buddhas. And now imagine yourself and everyone around you taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya.
We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now imagine light flowing from all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the space around us. And this light flows into yourself and all the other beings around you. Imagine it's like blissful, healing nectar that fills every cell, atom, tiny particle of our body and every part of our mind, and completely purifies all our sickness and other kinds of physical problems, pain, and so forth. It also purifies our karma, the negative karma we created in the past that is the cause of sickness and other kinds of problems. It also purifies our afflictive emotions, which lie behind our negative actions, creating negative karma. So ignorance and greed and hatred and so on. So really feel all these sufferings and causes of suffering getting purified. You can imagine them getting flushed out of our bodies, sinking into the earth and disappearing there, becoming non-existent, and our bodies are left clean, clear, pure, like crystal. Our minds calm and clear and peaceful, full of only positive states of mind and no negative ones. So do that visualization while we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll do one mala. And it's good to imagine all the sentient beings surrounding you, reciting the mantra along with you. So they're doing the practice and getting the benefit of this practice along with us. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now let's do one mala of Tara mantra, because this was recommended by His Holiness the Dalai Lama for COVID. And Tara is like a mother looking after all sentient beings like her children. And also the practice of Tara is said to be helpful to clear away sickness and epidemics. So it's particularly good at this time with the COVID virus. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. Okay, then let's recite the actual prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now let's dedicate all the merit accumulated .
Okay, I think I have to start now. Okay, so again, just take a moment to cultivate our motivation. So again, all these prayers are for all sentient beings, particularly to be free from any illnesses, and particularly this disease, but especially this pandemic and all the variations of the pandemic, to be that, for that to be pacified immediately in this world. So all those who already have to be healed immediately, and all those who have the potential to have it to be protected from that, and eventually for the karma very quickly to be purified. So no one in this earth, in this world system, gets a disease. And not just that, any kind of harm for the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, for the external elements that harm us, and also for the imbalance of internal elements, for that to be pacified for cells and all sentient beings immediately. And on a deeper level, for more importantly, for all sentient beings, including ourselves, to quickly be free from suffering and the causes of suffering, karma and illusion, and to achieve future rebirth. In order to have a good future rebirth, ideally as a human or in the Pure Land, so they can achieve freedom or liberation, and also to have all the causes and conditions to develop all the 6 perfections, the unification of method and wisdom in the mind streams. So we pray this for all the hell beings, all the animal beings, all the pretas, the asuras, and all the humans, all the bardo beings. So as vast as space, bringing all these sentient beings into our prayer and dedication, so we can develop the cause to become a Guru Buddha for all these sentient beings, by motivating in this way. So I'm going to recite 4 times the prayer, and each time do around 500 Om Mani Padme Hums, and then recite the prayer to pacify dangerous weapons and the one to pacify famine, along with long life prayers for the gurus, and the multiplying mantras at the end, since we're on the last session of the 24 hours. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them, to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them, to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them, to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakai. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, sicknesses, spirits and illnesses and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like butcher, losing a being to be slaughtered, or separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. No embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, in your shrine of whose names terrifies beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. No embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of phantom interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, may the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of their own minds, the Dharma and Sangha. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharma and Sangha. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharma and Sangha. Oh, money bemi, money bemi, money bemi, money bemi, money bemi, money bemi, money bemi. Oh, mani bemi hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. But whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. with the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Chain, with the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength and infallibility of Karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Oh, money by me, money by me, money by me, money by me, money. Oh, mani padme hum. No diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. No unbloody beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. No embodied beings being harmed by 80,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Chain, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of Karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. One more time for this prayer. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakant. Oh, money pay me, oh, my 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 money pay me, oh, money pay me, oh, money pay me, oh, my money pay me, oh, my money. Oh, money pay me, oh, money pay me, oh, money pay me, oh. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illnesses and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. Do whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like habitual leading the being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic and non-infectious diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. I will do the one for pacifying the dangers of weapons. Oh, money pay me home. Great loving, victorious one, eyes flying, compassionate eye looking one, wrathful, victorious eye, grief, a perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy name eliminates all dangers upon your hearing. Your compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. In the sentient beings, the time, the quarrelling, and the flourishing, and the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering. From the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain of loving nectar and rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspicious to increase by recognizing each other as being like parents. For you're defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses to stop all their quarrelling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, and betraying cause and result, which is the ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And now the prayer to request to pacify the fear of mammon. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Healers, Prajika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of 10 directions. The actual wealth gods, the lords of treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rains, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests for strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, may you possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. We do the dedications. Lama Sangyeru Gyurne Drova Jigyama Upa Deye Sala Ubar Shujanju Sencho Rinpoche Nage Panamge Gyurshi Yeva Nyamba Mebaya Gone Gonde Belvarshu. Now we're going to do the long life prayer for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Jitengam dir pende maluba Ganle Jungwe Zambel Yishinor Kadrin Sume Tenzin Gyatso Kuse Tenshi And for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour Land, the Snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now we're going to do the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the one by Trijang Rinpoche. Om Svaste, Vijaya, all-conquering goddess, whose lunar-like face changes with their changing fates. The faintest cooling ray of his mantra name allays the fiery pain of our life's final end. Raymaker adept who brings forth life's rain, here now grant your greatest of gifts, victorious goddess, grant life without end. Hear our prayer, Lama who we revere, you who bear the name of he who peerlessly holds the living essence, the pure paradigmatic doctrine of the victors. Of he alone adornment there, of he guides the sublime liberation, sphere of peace. Precious treasure, precise and subtle reasoning, golden laser light of bright unerring wisdom. Clarifying without confusion the two truths amongst the multiplicity of things, Lama remain immutably amongst us, a radiant Dharma sun. Skilled in sprinkling the waters of healing, fulfilling needs, benefiting all, a laughing smile revealing the pills of skill, humility, and constancy. A deep milky sea of liquid moon and morality, Lama remain immutably amongst us, one supremely worthy of veneration. The moon of your Mahayana mind ring drowned by the fever-cooling camphor of a solid, unsurpassed resolve. Brilliant as swells to the bounds of space, and bounding seas of the happiness of now and bliss of always. Lama, remain immutably amongst us, a moon guiding our way. Your teachings are vast, spreading rivers of celestial nectars, your dialectics an invincible cutting badger weapon. Your writings, thousand-petal lotuses unfolding their glory. Lama, remain immutably amongst us, a guardian of highest knowledge. By the might of seas, the spiritual masters, deities, and doctrine protectors, with the power of profound dependent arising in the varying entities of all that appears, may all the hopes of our prayers with effortless ease be spontaneously fulfilled. I will do the multiplying mantras. Mo Jomdende Dejinje Bara Jombayan Dabasopi Sangi Namba Nansi Yopi Gyalpo Shakse Lu Janju Zemba Zembo Jambo Gundu Zambo Shakse Lu Tayada Om Benjagriba Avapodine Soha Munduru Jayamuki Soha Tayada Om Benjagriba Avapodine Soha Munduru Jayamuki Soha Tayada Om Benjagriba Avapodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Tayada Om Benjagriva Avapodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Tayada Om Benjagriva Avapodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Tayada Om Benjagriva Avapodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Tayada Om Benjagriva Avapodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha Chomdende Deshinje Bara Chombaya Daba Sobe Sangi Mengele Vejura Ugi Gyalpo Shakse Lu Chomdende Deshinje Bara Chombaya Daba Sobe Sangi No Anda Molnam Tanchu Ratu Dribe Gyalpo Shakse Lu. Due to the blessings eminent victors, victorious ones and their sons, the truth of infallible dependent arising. Empowering my pure special attitude, taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished. And finally, we dedicate emptiness. Duties, merits always bodhisattvas on sentient natural times, which are empty from one side. The eye, which is empty from its own side. Quickly achieve a state of enlightenment, which is empty from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.